Okay. All right then. I think it's working. Hi, Zane. Shalabi. Did I say that right? Hold on, I gotta get my dog. Boom. I got him. I got my puppy. My big sweet puppy. He was sleeping. Ugh. Here we are. He's all tucked in, but I don't think he's gonna stay that way. What's going on? Did I miss anything? Is it Zane Shalabi? I forgot, and it was yesterday. Son of a bit. Sabrina, hi Sabrina, says Ella Walton, Ella Yoda, Ella Walnuts, and everyone else. Sabrina, I have my selenite. Wee in, hi Wee in, says hello all. Zane Shalabi. It doesn't come off, it doesn't roll off the tongue correctly, because I'm not sure if I'm saying it correctly. It sounds wrong in my head. Says, yes, you said that right. I don't think I did. Zane Shalabi says, hi Sabrina, hi Wee in. Bernie Loff, hi Bernie Loff. Says Sunday already again. Hello all. Yeah, I know it's Sunday and I gotta go back to work. I don't know how my weekend went. I'm not for mental illness. It wasn't a great weekend. Sabrina says hello Zane and hello Ian, and Zane Shalabi says I know right to Bernie Love. Ian says I hope things are looking up today to Zane. Zane says message retracted. Zane says they are okay Ian, thank you. Excuse me. Sabrina says selenite. Nice. Shalabi. Zane Shalabi says Shalabi. Wien says, oh, no shouts. Zane Shalabi. Fucking caps on. Did somebody shout? Who was shouting? Bernie Loft says, hey, Zane, look up Alice in Wonderland syndrome. I think that's what you and others are describing the other day. Alice in Wonderland syndrome? I don't know what that means, Alice in Wonderland syndrome. Is that like falling down the rabbit hole kind of thing? That's what happens when you follow the white rabbit. If you follow the white rabbit, you're going to wind up going down the rabbit hole. But if you follow the black rabbit, you'll get back out of the rabbit hole. I had a job a long time ago. I used to refer to myself as a black rabbit because when someone asked me to do something, I'm like, are you asking for the black rabbit? Because they had dug themselves into a hole. Somebody had fucked something up and they were in trouble and they needed help to get out of it. So I'm like, do you need the black rabbit? And they're like, yeah, I need a black rabbit. And I'm like, okay, I'm on my way. Zena says, also, hi, Bernie. Wien says, hey, Sabrina, hope you're winning the war. What war? Is it up here? Is it one of these wars? I've long since lost the war. Fuck me, man. Fucking, my words are all still backwards. Son of a bitch. I don't know how to fix that. It's just gonna have to stay backwards. I could cut this piece of paper off and turn it around, but then this word would still be backwards and my Google Play button would still be backwards. Maybe I can incorporate a mirror or something. Where am I? Zane Shalabi says, "How are you, Ian?" And Zane Shalabi says, "I'm definitely better than I was last night at that damn party. The one with the dogs in the cages." Zane S says, "I had a fucking panic attack again. Was it because the dogs were in cages?" Sabrina says, "We in. Always. Thank you. Hope you are too." We in says, "Hey, Selly. Hey, Selly." What is Selly? Kelly? Celli. What does Selly mean? Isn't that what you call somebody that you're in prison with? Bernie, it says, hey, Sally, Bernie Loff. I've been catching up with Prison Cell Block H. Oh my God. Oh, you are talking about that. It says, oh my God, too funny and iconic. I used to watch it with me mom. Catching up with Prisoner Cell Block H. Is that a TV show? Zane Shalabi says, "What are we describing the other day, Bernie?" Question mark. Zane Shalabi says, "I don't remember." Bernie Loft says, "Goes for you too, Walton. Feeling dissociated from body, not recognizing send, feeling much bigger or smaller than real size, all that fun stuff. Alive in Wonderland syndrome is actually a thing." I don't I don't know it. I don't know that one. I'd say I'd look it up, but I know I won't. Actually, I can tell you that I would. A lot of people say that. Oh yeah, I'll look it up. I'll research that. But knowing that they never, I won't. I won't look it up. I won't research it because it revolves as far as reading. Like if there's a video on YouTube about it, like a short, less than a minute, maybe I'd watch that. But I don't know if I would actually. I would actually. I lost my train of thought. I was trying to think about I was thinking about drugs. It's the codeine. I took the last of my codeine that I had. I don't remember how much they gave me, but I took the last of my codeine. It was only two, and I took them both. Leon says, "There's a plan of attack tomorrow, Sabrina. We shall see if I can execute like I used to." What are we talking about? Zane Shalabi says, "I did ask one of my best friends to come to my birthday, and he said yes." Rock on. Bernie Loft says send equals self. I don't know what you wrote. Sabrina says to we in, you got this. Big hugs. Zane Shalabi says, yes, Walton, the party with the dogs in the cages. Yeah, that just sucks. Unless they're like security dogs, in which case you don't want to play with them. Security dogs are not pets. That's the big thing. Those are not pets. That's not what they're for. They don't like to be, played with. Wein says cellmate. Yes, Bernie Loff. Did Wein and Bernie Loff do time together? That's sweet. Zane Shalabi says it wasn't because of the dogs, lol, and emoji. Wein says, I meant Walton, I'm laughing too hard. What? What do you mean you meant Walton? Zane Shalabi says it was because of depression, anxiety, and trauma. But not because of the dogs. I'm still thinking about the dogs in the. You're talking about you went to the party and there was an issue. Bernie Loft says, "Hey Sally, sorry I missed that. I'm gonna have to hunt out Prisoner. Are you watching the original or the remake? What the fuck are we talking about? I don't know what we're talking about." Zain Shalabi says, and also because some drunken family members decided to come at me. Oh man, that sucks. I ignored it though. That sucks. Were they passive aggressive at first? That's the way it used to be for me at family gatherings. They start out passive aggressive and then turn aggressive. Saying little things, kind of snipping at you, that kind of shit. Bernie Loft says, yeah, just YouTube, Walton. I've seen a few shorts on it. We're talking about the Cinderella syndrome. That's not correct. It sounded wrong coming out of my mouth. Wei says, oh, it's the OG. The set would wobble and stuff, but it's part of its charm, Bernie Loft. Zane Shalabi says, oh, do you mean the disassociation, Bernie? Bernie Love says, "Good to hear. I remember the freak in the mental scar way. LOL. Watching that way too young with my big sisters. Gotta have to rewatch Weekend. Ooh, there's a message held for review. Yay! Bernie Loff, it's from you. It says, "Was it the freak? Question mark. The bitch female. Whoops. Hold on. The bitch female guard. Well, son of a bitch." The bitch female guard who was like a total psycho sex pest. That message was held for review. I'll hit the show. Bernie Love says, "Yeah, Zane, look it up, man. Could help with the info and help. Could help with info and help." Bernie Love says, "Me and Wee Yin are prisoner cellmates. We are somewhat of a dream team rocking our orange jumpsuits." Nice. Did you have a drug trade? That's that. If I were in prison, I'd want to know about the drug trade. I wouldn't survive prison. Prison would be a self-imposed death sentence for me, so I don't break laws because I don't want to go to prison. Zane Shalabi says, "Yes, they were passive aggressive, and one of them got in my face. LOL." So straight aggressive. They're passive aggressive and straight aggressive. You know, it's I don't know if it's hard or not, but you should try videotaping that shit if you can. Videotape them doing it, and then just post that shit online. Wee says Prisoner's Cell Block was an Aussie drama about female inmates. I don't know, but the UK or Scotland was right on it. Walton, that's me. Message held for review. This is from Zane Shalab. He says, "Who cares? I don't give a flying fuck what most people think at the damn party, anyways." That was held for review, Zane. I'm going to go ahead and go release that one. Here's another one you had that was held for review. I'm going to hit the show button on it. Also says, "I wish them safety and wellness, but I don't give a fuck about seeing them." Oh, I wouldn't. Okay. You're a better person than I am. Sabrina says, "I'm zoning out, not paying attention to the conversation much. Blah. Or bah. I need to grab my obsidian gem to help focus. LOL. Does that help?" Bernie Law says, "I'm stoned. Woohoo." I've got I've got mine right here. And then I remembered to bring over my roach clip, which I don't need because it's a full joint. And then I have a lighter right here. So I have all your utensils to make shit go, but I don't know. I don't know. I have a love-hate relationship with my drug use. Like most drug addicts do. Ian says to Bernie Loft, "There's one screw called Jock Stewart. He used to scare my inmates. Ah ha ha ha." Ian says, "There's no one else I'd rather be shackled to, Walton. LOL." Bernie Loft says, "No butch femake. No butch femsick. No butch femsick called freak, question mark. Maybe she hasn't started yet, or I dreamt it, LOL." And Bernie Lau says, "LOL, same, same." And then Bernie Lau says, "Double tap screen, everyone." Oh yeah, I need to do that. No, wait, I already did it. I lied. Oh wait, I need to do it over here. Double tap, so that should make it 9. Nope, it still says 8. I'm waiting for it to say 9. Does it say 9 over there? No, it says 8. It should be 9. There we go. 9. Rock on. Hoot. Let's see here. Sabrina says, "I'm gonna smoke some basil." LOL. Basil? Is that basil? Is that the cool new term that all the hip kids are using when I'm talking about marijuana? It's basil? If so, I like it. Bernie Loft says, "Do what you gotta do, Sabrina. Just stay safe." Zane Shalabi says, "My sister is making steak and roast. Does that count as smoking something? LOL. Making steak and roast? Is it a metaphor?" And then Zane Shalabi says, I don't think she has a smoker. LOL. Oh, that kind of smoking. This message was held for review. It's from We In. I know I can show it, so I'll hit the show button. But you said, oh, they're Vera Bennett, aka Vinegar Tits, and then Vinegar Tits. And then Joan Ferguson, aka The Freak, were most notable baddies. Wait a minute, why does that sound familiar? Wait, why does that sound familiar? Joan Ferguson. Wait, does she have like gray hair pulled tight back into like a bun behind her head? And she was tall and she was a bitch and like a hard ass. Did they say Brecky? Why does this sound familiar? This sounds familiar. Was there a Frankie? Did you say Frankie? Was there a Frankie in there? There like Frankie started out being a bad like a horrible bad person, but then you kind of like then she like wasn't a bad person and then seemed like a nice person. Is that what we're talking about? Why does this sound familiar? Wien says Bernie Loff. All right, Sabrina said, and YouTube term is basil, not to get into trouble using the real word. Marijuana? I don't think you get in trouble for using the word marijuana. Unless basil means, yeah, I don't think you can write any drugs on there. I think it should be okay. Brian Love says, no way, every day is a school day. Thanks for that, Sabrina. Wien says, yes, to me, Walton. And then this message was held for review. It's from Zane Shalabi. It says, fuck parties, fuck flashbacks, fuck everything. Been there, done that. Sabrina says to Bernie, the term never goes away, lol. What term? Uh, Wien says, built like a brick shithouse, Walton. What's built like a brick shithouse? Mega Intron, no shit. Hi, Mega Intron. Haven't talked to you in a long time. Says, hi, guys. Just checking in to give updates on the Walnuts t-shirts. Are there Walnuts t-shirts? Do you have a website? Is there a website? Bernie Law says, lol. Wien says, you've watched PCBH, Walton. I know you have. What's PCBH? Sabrina says, I know a lot smoke basil on YouTube because you can't use the real term without getting in shit from YouTube. Smoking MJ smoke basil. Oh, so can I just say that I got basil right here? Zane Shalabi says, hi Megan, and then Zane Shalabi says, we have so many shirt ideas for you, lol. And then Wien says, hi Megan and Tron. So I just need to say this is basil. Is that all it takes? Megan Entron says, you guys are my first customers, so I don't have a website yet. Bernie Law says, hey Megan, exciting t-shirt update. Fellow director of merch Zane is here. Sabrina says to Megan, hello. Oh man. There's a little piece of marijuana. Basil in my mouth. Basil. 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 It's tobacco. I don't want to say that. I don't want people thinking I smoke tobacco. That was a very papery inhale. I'm smoking basil. Prisoner Cell Block H, Walton. Joan Ferguson played the freak in it. That's from We In. Isn't that where they had Like the women's, like they raise their kids in the prison. Basil. Basil. Hi, puppy. Look at your cute face. I have a dog. Basil. You okay, weirdo? Ah, big yawn. Look how pretty you are. You're so pretty. You get your pretty boy. Oh, big yawn. Your mouth is huge. Yeah, I know. You're adorable. Yes, you are. You're my puppies. You're my puppy. You're my puppy. Yes, you are. You're my buddy. He's a little dog. He's a big buddy. Basil. So I've taken codeine, the last of my codeine from my root canal, which I had on Thursday. I took two. I'm waiting for the codeine to kick in so I can have the codeine high. If I had access to more codeine, I would take it every single day. So I'm glad I don't have access to codeine. I still have a bunch of ibuprofen, 800 milligram. That's prescription painkiller. I don't know why that's prescription. Ibuprofen doesn't get you high, does it? I'm not sure. I don't know. There's got to be a reason it's prescription only, right? Maybe there's like an overdose thing about it. Excuse me, sir. I don't want you rubbing on me. I know what you're doing. Get your paw off me. You see him put his paw, reach his paw up on me? What? Okay. Drugs are bad. Don't do drugs. I'm a drug addict, so I do drugs. I'm out of the good pain medication. We'll see how I feel about that tomorrow. Can I help you? You just dragging your claws down my shirt, my Grateful Dead shirt. Maybe I don't want to pet you. Maybe that's what it is. Maybe you laying on me is enough. He's rolling over like he wants me to rub his belly. Aw, belly rub, belly rub. All right. I'm putting my basil stick away in my Altoid container. So that puts out my basil stick really quickly. I got a puppy. Here he is. He's being a dick because he wants something. He thinks that it's that time of day that he's supposed to get something. My dishwasher is broken. I need to call somebody to fix it. It's been broken for over a week and a half, so I've got a shitload of dirty dishes right now, and I'm struggling just to call. All I gotta do is fucking call somebody to fix it. But I didn't know who to call, and I was having trouble with that too. And then I remembered that my washing machine broke down last year, and I made a video about my washing machine breaking down, I want to say. And then, I made several videos about it. Excuse me, I don't want to be sneezed on. Gross. Cover your mouth. You might have COVID. So I looked in my email and I found the name of the company, and there it was. I found an email, so I found the phone number. I'm like, okay, they know me. I have a rapport, so I can call them. That makes it easier for me. I struggled making just normal phone calls to anybody. It's a real struggle for me to do that. I should have called a week and a half ago before every fucking dish in the house was dirty. I wash the dog bowls. I mean, I can hand wash those. I just can't seem to hand wash the stuff for me. But I can hand wash the stuff for the puppy because I like him. He's my buddy. So I called, but they're not open on the weekend. They are open on Monday. So I've got the phone number. I'm gonna call them. Call them tomorrow. Please come out and fix my dishwasher. I don't know what the problem is. Hi, buddy. Ew! Don't be licking me. You're gross. I was all sweet, like, hi, buddy. And then you licked me. It was all gross. You took it too far. You did. It's true. Oh, can you see him? There he is. That's my buddy. Oh, no. I feel like the heartburn or something. Did I not drink enough water when I took those pills earlier? I know I drank some water right behind it. That would suck. If you don't drink enough water and then you get some sort of weird acid reflux, that just totally ruins your high, you know? Like, oh, my body feels great, but I feel pain right here. I've had that happen. That sucks. It's like, oh man, I really would be enjoying my high right now, but I fucked it up. I didn't drink enough water when I took my pills. That's the problem with pills. One of many problems when you take too many pills. Your body's just not made to do that. Taking too many pills. I got a puppy. I'm holding his paw. I got his paw in my hand. He lets me hold his paws because I trained him to do that since I got him as a puppy. And I'm like, I wanted to hold his paws. So whenever he fell asleep when he was a puppy, I would hold his paws. And then he then he was fine. And then he'd wake up and I'd just be holding his paws and he would go back to sleep. Because I wanted to hold my puppy's paws. It makes me happy when I hold it when I hold his paw. That makes me happy. Because a lot of dogs don't want you to do that. Cats either. They don't like it when you hold their paws. But this one's okay with it. I'm holding his paw. I got it. He's okay with it. Hi. Get funk in your eyes. I don't know if it's the breed, but he's got eye boogers all the time. It's just like almost every time I look at him, there they are. There's eye boogers, and I gotta pick them out. He doesn't like anybody else picking out his eye boogers, and he doesn't like it when I do it either. But he lets me do it. But he does not care for other people trying to take his eye boogers out. Can I help you? You want your belly rubbed or something? Do you need attention? Is that what it is? I can rub your belly. I don't know what you want, pet. What do you want, pet? I don't know. If you're petting the wrong area, he starts licking your hand, and he's acting like he wants to lick my hand, but he doesn't tell you where he wants you to pet. He just says, no, that's wrong. No, that's wrong. And no, that's wrong. So it's kind of got to pet him all over, and then eventually he'll just be like, yeah, that's it. And he kind of lays down. But I think he's just doing this because he wants to EAT. Like, if I stop doing this, eventually he's just gonna stand up and be like, "You gotta feed me now." He's a dog. Here's my buddy. I was playing Fortnite today and I won twice. I played a lot. I played all day. Many, many games. So I don't know how many, dozens and dozens and dozens of games. A lot. I don't count. They probably keep track of that stuff. Maybe there's stats I can look up. I don't know if I'd want to know. I got a puppy. He got big old ears. You got big old ears. Marijuana is kicking in. Well, I'm just now realizing I'm high. Oh, damn, I looked around my room. Now I feel depressed. I didn't do anything this weekend. I had the whole weekend off. I accomplished nothing. Like nothing. I didn't do any laundry. I didn't do any dishes. Didn't clean anything. Didn't do any work outside. All of these things need to be done. I did manage to get a shower. That was unusual. I can feed and walk the dog. I can normally get that shit done. Damn, it's raining right now. That sucks. He doesn't like to pee when it's raining. He's one of those. He's one of those dogs. Hi. Here, puppy. What are we talking about? Brownie Love says he's humoring you, Walton. Yoda, he's letting you pet him in exchange for food afterwards. I think that he thinks he's doing you a favor. Well, we both know that he's stalling. I mean, like, now he just got up. He just got off of me. Now he's walking over that way. Alright, he's gonna get a drink of water, but he'll be back. And he'll be needy. Can you hear him drinking? It sounds loud to me. He's done. Now he's clickety clacketing all through the kitchen. I have hardwood floors in the kitchen and in the living room. Different hardwood. No, I lied. The kitchen and the living room have the same hardwood. The hallway has a different hardwood. He just shook off, and now he's over here again. Dogs. There's raindrops on outside. I can hear the raindrops hitting the house. I feel like I'm on the verge of panicking, but I'm not there yet. I'm not 100% sure why. It feels like I forgot something very important, like I was supposed to do this weekend. And now the weekend is over, so if it's something I'm supposed to do, I don't have time to do it. And I'll like get up to go to work tomorrow and be like, damn, there was something I was supposed to do. It was really important and I didn't do it. I don't know what it is though. It's not like something like I got a flat tire right now and I need to change the tire out. What do you want, sir? Can I help you? The codeine's kicking in. I can feel it in my eyes. I feel differently than I did yesterday. I'm panicky now. I feel some panicky. Not too bad, but I feel something. There's definitely some anxiety going on there, and I'm not sure why. I don't like the fact that I feel like I feel worthless, that I didn't accomplish anything. I really do feel like I've got nothing going on. And I really don't. It feels like every day is just just trying to get through the day. I'm just trying to finish the day out. If I can just get through the day, that's my major accomplishment, but I don't do anything else. I've got nothing I'm working towards. I've got no goals. I have no ambitions. There's nothing that I want to do except get through the day. And that's it. I got nothing planned long term. I don't know what the future holds. There's nothing. I got nothing going on. And then that's like all of a sudden, that's what I all of a sudden felt when I looked around. I all of a sudden looked around, like the marijuana kicked in, codeine's kicking in, the dog's being a dick. And then I just kind of looked around and saw how messy my house is, which is a symbol of my life, and how messy everything is right now. And it's like I got no direction. I got nothing. I've got nothing. So I guess the future is bleak. It's because it's blank. It's just I got nothing. I got nothing to look forward to. I bought lottery tickets, I think, on Tuesday, but the drawings have already happened. So I mean, yeah, it's me one or none. So like that's the only thing that when I bought lottery tickets, the only thing I actually have like to look forward to or think about that's like in the future. I got nothing. I got no future plans. I got no future plans. Literally nothing. There's nothing I want to do. There's nothing that I have to do. I gotta feed my dog. But that's just short-term plans. He's being all jumpy right now. Oh, I can turn the camera. I did that yesterday. I don't know if that's a codeine thing. Hold on. There we go. My pants are falling down. My pants are falling down. Oh, Mario. My pants are falling down. This is the chair that I sit in when I play video games. That way. I have a clean dog bowl. Water. Oh no. I unscrewed the thing from the thing. I'm having technical difficulties. I might have to spin you. No, I'm gonna I'll spin the base. Okay. Was that a nightmare? Hi, and welcome back. I forgot to do the intro. I don't know what the dog wants. He's being a dog over there. He's scrounging. Shit, he went to the door. The door between this room and the next room. Nope, then he walked away and he's going back to the kitchen. He's still scrounging. He's looking up on the counter like he wants to jump up there. You're not a cat. You're not a cat. That's not going to work, man. I don't know what he wants. I might have spilled food on the counter or something. He smells it. He's a hound dog. He smells shit. I don't know what he's doing. What's going on? I'm live streaming. Or that person is live streaming over there. That kind of looks like me. No, I have glasses on, so the vision is not perfect. Hold on. I have multifocal lenses. Nope, you're blurry. You're kind of clear. Hold on. Oh man, my glasses are very dirty. Maybe that's why it kind of looks like me over there. It's blurry. Can I help you, dog? Nope, he went right on by. He made a noise, like, like he ate too fast. It was like guttural sounding. Whoa. Kind of noise. The raindrops falling outside is making me feel paranoid. That's what I'm feeling. I feel paranoia. Paranoia is not a fun feeling. Not at all. Seems like paranoia and agoraphobia go hand in hand. I got you, buddy. Come here. Oh, I got you. I think now we're going to do the thing where we're going to aggressively chew our ball and then intentionally flick it onto the ground. It's this fun game we like to play. By we, I mean not me. Alright, there you go. Can you lay down? Not likely. What's going on? I don't know. I don't know who that person is. No, that's weird. It looks like that person's wearing a weird suit. Interesting. Alright, so I can feel the codeine, I took Tylenol 3, the last of my prescription pain medication. I can feel it in my face. It's not like yesterday where I felt it. I feel like anxiety down here. But I can kind of feel the codeine in my face. I rolled a different joint. That's what it was. Huh. Maybe that's what it was. The basil that I rolled one, and then but the other one was one that I already had. It was a partial that I had in my little box right there. And I don't know what it was. It takes me a long time to smoke basil these days because I don't smoke it like I used to. It used to be like, it was all day, every day. And I don't know what happened. It just stopped. I'd like to say it was because I started taking ADD medication, but I stopped before I started taking it. It just, like, I quit all of a sudden, like, for 4 days. I'm like, man, I don't have it. I don't want it. I have a love-hate relationship with marijuana, which makes me sad because I want to have a love relationship with marijuana, but I don't have a love-hate relationship with it. I don't have a love-hate relationship with the prescription pain medication. No, I love the prescription pain medication. I hate myself because I love the prescription pain medication. I have a love-hate relationship. No, I don't have a love-hate relationship with myself. I just have a hate-hate relationship with myself. I wrote it on the wall. But I love the prescription pain medication. But I hate myself because of that. That's very common for people with addiction. I hate myself because I love this thing that is bad for me. I love it because it makes this less. Doesn't stop this. This is always there. It's an underlying factor. You just don't think about it. This is always there. No matter what I've got going on consciously in my mind. That doesn't leave. My puppies. I got the best puppy dog. I don't know what. Yeah, I can feel the. You dick. You knocked the ball on the floor. I almost caught it. I felt it in my hand. I am legally intoxicated. Son of a bitch. He did it again. He did it again. I swear he does it on purpose. Makes me grab my little dog ball grabby thing. If I can reach over and grab it, it's on the floor. But I'm 49 years old. If I twist in the wrong way and reach and grab something, it could hurt for days. That shit happens when you're old. You gotta be careful. So I got myself a little grabby thing because literally just reaching down to the floor, not trying to flip the dog off of myself while I'm doing it and lifting the wrong thing the wrong way. I can pull some muscle that I never use. And then all of a sudden it's like I feel it every time I move. Yeah, that's something you gotta worry about when you get older. So if you don't have that now, be prepared for that in the future. You're like, oh, I'm just going to reach down and grab something, and you reach down in an awkward way. Like, say you've got groceries in your arm and you drop something, so you want to reach down and grab it, but you reach down and grab it in an awkward way because you're holding groceries, and all of a sudden you pull a muscle somewhere, like in your back, in your groin, in your neck, somewhere in your arm, just because you reached down wrong, and then you feel that shit for days. Sometimes you feel that shit forever. That's just the way it works. Things hurt, but that's physical pain. And that's just a whole another category from the other stuff. What? Cindy Powell, private channel, says, as the pain in the cancer area so intense. That sounds like a line from a poem. As the pain in the cancer area so intense. I don't know what you're talking about. Hi there. Look how cute you are. Yeah, you're adorable. Cancer. Some of it's a big deal and some of it's not. I had a girlfriend. This was my last girlfriend that I had. Everybody did I talk about this? Everybody doted on the grandmother because they said she survived cancer. Everybody was talking about how she would survive cancer, and I finally asked what kind of cancer. It came up in conversation. I don't think I asked. Doesn't sound like something I would ask. And they said it was skin cancer. I'm like, melanoma, and they're just like, oh. They're like, what? And I'm just like, was it melanoma? And they're like, what do you mean? I'm like, well, there's like 3 kinds of skin cancer. There's 2 that are no big deal at all, and then there's melanoma. Melanoma is the one that kills you. And they're just like, well, and they're like, well, and I was talking to the mom and her son at the same time, the one who survived, the grandma, the one who survived cancer, and the son, and they're like, oh, I don't know which cancer it was, and I'm just like, if it was melanoma, you would know that that diagnosis freaks people out if they had that. And I'm like, did you strip? And I'm saying this to the grandmother. I'm like, did you strip down naked and they check your whole body? And the grandmother's like, no. And her son's just like, no. Like, why the hell are you asking that? And then I'm like, oh, that means you didn't have melanoma. And I'm like, well, wait a minute. And I looked it up. I looked up the survival rates. Like there's two different kinds. I forgot they were, one's basal and one's something else. I forgot the name of it. The survival rate for both of those for 5 years is 100% for both of those kinds of skin cancer. Melanoma is another story. If you got melanoma, that's serious skin cancer. That one's really bad. But the other two are like ones that you get from the sun. Where you have a spot on you, and they're like, there's creams now that you can put on some kind of and that will go away. And then most time they just cut that area off, and you're fine. You live. The odds of it killing you are almost none. The 10-year prognosis is like 99%. It's just there's certain skin cancer. I'm like, so this was the cancer that she had, one of those cancers that she was a cancer survivor, and I'm like, this is not this is not like, why is everybody doting on you for this? You had to, like, my grandfather had that skin cancer, and he had it in several places. He had like on his nose, and he had it on his neck. Whatever, it was like, it's not, it's the one that's no big deal. You just cut it off and then you move on. It's like, so I knew all about it. And I've had places cut off with me, and the doctor said, yeah, this looks like cancer. But it was the one. It's like, it's no big deal. They could test it or not test it. Doesn't matter. It's the end is the same. They're cutting this area off. They got this area that looks weird. We're just gonna cut it off. Like, yeah, it could be skin cancer. Like, it was like on the back of my neck, where a very common area. Your ear and your nose are very common areas where you get basal skin cancer, or one or the other one. And it's real simple. They just cut these areas off. One time I thought I had Lyme disease, where the tick stings you, and then you have like a target pattern of a redness on there. So it's like, it's red, and then it's not red, and then it's red in a target pattern. And I'm like, I had that, and I was like, oh man, I think I got this. I think I got. I was scared. I'm like, I got Lyme disease. I went to urgent care, and they're just like, all right, we're gonna give you antibiotics for that. And I'm like, it looks like a bug bite, and I'm like, yeah, but it looks like it could be. Well, I'm like, well, what if it's one of the, what if it was a tick, and what if it was like one really bad? What if it's the Lyme disease? And you just like, well, it doesn't matter. The treatment's the same. The treatment's the same no matter what bug it was. Treatment was the same. We're just gonna give you antibiotics. So I'm like, okay. He's like, oh, it might be, but we're gonna give you antibiotics. You're gonna be fine. He was in no way concerned. I'm like, I was concerned about Lyme disease, but the doctor was not at all concerned. So I guess I'm fine. Anyway, yeah, the ex-girlfriend's family, when they're talking, I'm like, I found out what kind of cancer they had. I'm like, right in front of them, I'm like, oh, well, the cancer's no big deal. And it's like almost like everybody around the room kind of stopped. It seemed like it was noisy, and then it seemed like it got a lot quieter all of a sudden. I don't know if I did anything there or not. I don't know if I offended anybody, or if anybody else started questioning that. But I was just like, why is everybody? I mean, I can see doting on your grandmother because she's your grandmother. That's fine. But doting on her because she was a cancer survivor, or something that has 100% survivability, it's kind of like, wait a minute. It seemed like they might have been milking that situation. Grandma might have been, just wanting to be doted on. I found that shit hilarious. Oh, and she said something else too, and so like they're sitting around. This is my girl at a family function, my girlfriend's family function. There's like 20 people all sitting there, and she was talking, and she said she talked to the grandmother said she talked to her sister on the phone every single day. And then somehow she said, me and my sister, we've never fought, never one time. And I said, yeah, I gotta call bullshit on that. And it just came out. I didn't mean to say it, but it just popped out of my mouth. I wasn't even thinking about who I was talking to. I was coloring. I was at the coloring table, and I talked about this yesterday. There was a table for the kids to color at, and I went right to it before the kids even got there. And I was coloring before the kids ever got there. And I said, I'm avoiding the adult conversations because I'd rather be over here. And then my girlfriend also wanted to be there in their coloring too. So we were just always coloring in there with the kids. That was just our thing. We both did not want to have the adult conversation. But they decided to come into the room that we were, and they decided to have an adult conversation in front of us. And grandmother said, I talk to my sister every day, and we've never once fought ever once in our lifetime. And I said, I got to call bullshit on that. And it's like, oh shit. The moment I said it, I knew that I shouldn't have said it because the room kind of went quiet. Because it's like, how dare you question what grandmother says? But then my girlfriend's mom's like, no, no, for as long as I've known them, they've never had a fight. And I'm like, yeah, but what about for all the time you didn't know them, like when they were kids? And then everyone believed when she said that her and her sister never fought. Everyone just believed this because she'd been telling this story apparently forever. That her and her sister never fought. And her mom's coming to her defense. Yeah, she'd never fought. I'm like, what about growing up? I mean, they're like almost the same age, right? They're a few years apart. Like, what about growing up? Heck, no. And the mom was defending her. No, they never fought. And I'm like, how do you know? And the mom's like, well, I guess I don't know. And then I'm like, and I looked around the room, and there was a lot. My girlfriend was one of four kids, and then her mom, there were sisters. Like, and I looked around at all the women in the room, and there were several. I don't know how many, 10. And I looked at all of them, and I'm just like, all right, all of you are sisters. I realized that all of them had sisters, and I'm like, oh, have you? What are the odds of? Think about that. Never fighting with your sister ever. I'm looking at all of them, and it was obvious that they'd had numerous fights with their sisters, all of them. So they're just like, okay, yeah, wait a minute. And then they're all kind of thinking about that. I'm just like, come on, never fought. Imagine never fighting with your sister, being like almost the same. It's like, it's just an insane idea. And they're just like, yeah, that is kind of crazy. They're all of a sudden now they're questioning what grandma was saying. But it's like, it's just like because she said it and she'd been saying it for so long since everybody was like, born, I guess. I don't know that everyone just kind of believed the things they said. And then here I come along and I hear it for the first time. And I'm just like, yeah, I don't buy it. I mean, I wanted to say, okay, yeah, I believe you, but no, I never did. I wanted to say that just because, I didn't want to stir up shit, but then also I couldn't, there's no way I could just blatantly lie. I mean, I can't do it. I'm not that person. I can't say I believe something that I don't believe. I'm like, I don't even want to say things like, oh, okay, I believe you. I mean, I don't even want to say that sarcastically because I don't want someone to hear me and think that I actually do believe that shit. I'm just like, no. The odds of the two sisters growing up, spending their whole lives together, they're like 90, like 90s or something. I don't know, late 80s. I have no idea how old they were. I mean, they spent a whole life talking to each other every day, never ever once fought. Never. This is just impossible, in my opinion. Fuck, there's no water over here. I feel I'm getting foamy at the mouth. What? But I think in my head, I look over and I see the person that's sitting over there, and I'm like, oh, you're live streaming. And it's like, oh, well, that's me. I'm live streaming. I normally just say, oh, I'm live streaming. But no, what goes through my head is that person's live streaming. And I know that person is me, even though that doesn't look like me most of the time. I know that that's me. Just because if not, they're doing a really good mimic of my hand gestures at the exact same time. So that so because of that, I'm like, oh, I'm live streaming. I just kind of look around sometimes, and then I'll get kind of lost in whatever's happening in the room. Nothing. And then I kind of look back, and I'm like, oh, that person over there is live streaming, but oh, that person is me. It's the dumbest thought process, but it's just the way that my brain works. It's just how I function. Like I look in the mirror, and I'm like, oh, that person has something on their face, and then it's like, that's me. But I'm looking at like that's just somebody else. I don't know what kind of what I don't know what that is. Is that some sort of dissociative disorder or disassociation disorder? I think so. It's something like that. To look in the mirror and see a stranger. But I had a memory and I don't know if it was real or not. Like it was just recently. I don't know if I looked in a mirror, an actual mirror, and I thought to myself, man, that person has really let themselves go. I don't know if that was a real memory or not. It's clear, but that might not be a real memory. I don't like it when I have memories and I don't know how real they are. There's too many memories for one lifetime, so they can't all be real. I got the lawyer in my head saying, "Shut up, shut up." Uh, uh. Oh man. Okay. I saw a flashing light outside. That's not weird at all. What? Well, I did something that was horrible from I shouldn't have done. And that I built something. It's just outside of my house. Let me just tell you, I did something that was bad for my mental health. And but like I had my big sliding doors right here that I could always see what was going on outside. But then I built this structure outside right there, so now I can't see what's going on outside, and that was bad for me. I built like a little hallway that leads to it. I built a little room that's outside. There's a little sitting area that I used to sit in all the time, but then the flashbacks just kept coming and coming and coming. When I first was out there, it was brand new and it was fun and exciting, and I made lots of videos in this little room I made outside. They've got tons of videos where I'm sitting in this little room. I sat out there for all fucking day. Sometimes me and the dog, like even through the winter time, it was last winter, it was cold. I had a little space heater in there. It was nice. I'd get up, I'd go turn the space heater on, and I'd come back inside and get coffee and shit, and then I'd go back out there. It would be warm, and it'd just be me and the dog sitting out there, and I'd be making videos and shit all day long. But so it was new and exciting. It was fun, and then that's what I actually bought that recliner for, was for out there. And then the flat then it gets comfortable after a while, like mentally, like your things become routine that you while you're out there. And then if your mind goes into routine mode, that leaves the door open for flashbacks to come in. They always do. You adjust to your new surroundings, and then your mind doesn't look at every little thing. It just looks over stuff, leaving the door open for other things to come in. And they do. So I've got all these areas of my home that I loved at one point in time that I don't love anymore because of the way that because the flashbacks come. Bummer. I don't have any specific. This must be the codeine. I don't have any specific flashbacks that are coming to my mind, but it's just the overwhelming idea that there were so many flashbacks while I was sitting out there in this room. It was bad. I mean, I started to dread going out there, but I still did. But then I couldn't go out there anymore. But so I'm just thinking about. I remember the just the general feeling I had at the time of the flashbacks and how horrible it was and how hard it was for me to even walk out there. I remember that feeling. I don't remember any specific flashbacks, but I just remember my reactions and the dread to wanting to go out there. And I feel that very vividly. And then I felt the wave of depression that followed that up. Just a moment ago when I started talking about this. This is what happened. It's like I feel that was a hit. So I wasn't even thinking about the flashback, any specific one. I was just thinking about memories of when I had them in the past and the gravity of that. And I just remember that. Yeah, I can feel that shit deep in my chest. That's a horrible feeling. But that's just the way shit works. Shit compounds like that. I got all kinds of areas in my home I don't like going to because they have a negative effect on me. Areas in my own fucking home. I did this recently. I did a tour of my basement and my workshop. Both those areas I used to do stuff in both of them, but the flashbacks. The flashbacks just come. You know, I set these areas up and I did all kinds of stuff with them, but then I bought a scooter and I used to just go scootering around my neighborhood. It was a nice day today, got to like 60. I could have taken a short scooter ride and I thought about it, but I didn't want to because it used to be when it was new and exciting, you know, I had no flashbacks when I was like going driving around, but then it becomes routine. You'd establish routines and then you can just kind of mindlessly ride the scooter around, which leaves the door open for flashbacks to come in. And that's what happened. So now I don't want to ride the scooter anymore. It's a $3,000 scooter. It's awesome. It goes 45 miles an hour. I've never gotten it that high. That scares me. But so there's these all these things that I used to love to do, but I don't love to do them anymore because I associate them with a certain dread. You know, I can have the same flashbacks when I establish routines. I can have the same flashbacks during the routine. That's very common. When I was playing Fortnite on the last map that they had, not the current map that they had, I used to always land in the same place. And when I land in the same place, I would go to certain areas. And when I went to like in a certain pattern, because I would know exactly where the weapons were, and I go straight to them. But there was a bunch of different places to look. And when I got to certain areas, I would have the same flashbacks because as I was doing it, you know, I started establishing a routine. I started to play the game and I established more and more of a routine. Then my brain was in routine mode, and then I had the flashback appeared one time. So when that flashback appeared the one time when I was in this one area, now the next time I go through that routine, it's same place. The same flashback happens again, and then every single time. So it's every time I go through this routine, I get that same flashback. But I don't want to change the routine because I want to win the game. And it's hard to change the routine because especially when the routine is really good. Like you know that there's like you go into a building and there's like 6 different places you need to look where there might be weapons. You like I land in a certain place and I go through the same door every time and I go into a pattern that is the most efficient pattern to get through that house and check all those places for weapons. Because you don't want to go like searching, you know, in rooms that there isn't anything. You don't want to waste your time. But you got to get guns and shit fast because somebody could be on you. You might have to do some killing. You don't want to be caught with your pants down. So I go to the same place, have the same flashback. I remember thinking it every single time. I was consciously aware that I was doing it. And that's the kind of shit that happens. It pops in your head one time, and then every time you do the routine, the same one comes back. Sometimes it comes and it stays. Sometimes it comes and goes, but it's always there. I have complex post-traumatic stress disorder. Flashbacks are a killer. I feel like it's dangerous sometimes talking about the flashbacks is dangerous because like it can make you have them because you're just trying to talk about it in general, but then specifics start hopping into your head. But you know, so I try to talk about shit generally speaking, to avoid that. I took a hit earlier. That really sucked. There are these areas of my home that at one time I really loved, and now I don't. I'm afraid of them because I know if I go out there, I know what'll happen. I'll have the same horrors come back. They come back anyway, but it's random if I don't. If I'm when I go to those back to these areas, I get the same ones. I didn't describe that very well. So today is different than yesterday. I'm down today. Yesterday was not so, but yesterday I remember feeling much better than I do right now. I remember thinking, man, like I had done the drugs correctly, the correct combination of drugs. I've not succeeded today. The drug combination is incorrect, and I'm very depressed. Well, I'm always depressed. When there's no drugs, depression is there. Like tomorrow, I'll get up, I'll go to work, and there'll be no drugs. And the depression will be there. It does. It's never not there. It's always there. If I had access to codeine, someone who sold codeine, I would buy it. I would be buying it now so that I would have it tomorrow. Because codeine, when I take it correctly, which I haven't figured out yet, I don't know what I did differently yesterday than today. Something. It worked really great for this, in that it didn't have the flashback effects weren't there. This is always there, whether I feel it or not. Bummer. I remember trying to explain depression to somebody. I was in high school, and I remember trying to explain it to them, and they remember them not getting it. I actually remember explaining this to several times, but it's like, you're depressed, you're down, and then I had people take me places. I remember going to an amusement park and having a great day. And it was super fun because somebody knew that I was depressed, I was down, and then as soon as we left the amusement park, and then it's like boom, I came right back down. They didn't understand that, like, hold on, I thought that this, doing having this whole super fun day brought you out of the funk, and it's like it doesn't work like that. You're always in the funk. It's like it doesn't. You don't come out. Can have super fun, but then it always returns. It always comes back. You're always boom back down, and then something else happens, and boom, you're right, just right back down. You can't maintain the good times. Hi, you okay? You're adorable. Bummer. I don't know why the depression is bothering me now. I don't know. It doesn't matter. It's Sunday. I don't know. There's like Sunday dread. I don't know what it is. Ah, God, I hate it. Okay, I'm having horrible feelings. Fucking hey, man. Yesterday was good. The evening when I gotten the drugs correct, Today is not. It's it's dark. Shit's dark. I don't know what to do now. I don't know what to do now. I don't know what to do. I got no plan. I got nothing. I got nothing fucking look forward to. I got nothing. Oh man, it sucks. There's nothing I want to do. I don't want to make any kind of plans. Long-term plans seem pointless. I used to sign up for raffles to stay present in this world, and I try to find ones that didn't draw for months. And then that was my motivation to stay. I gotta see if I win, right? But they're the one raffle that I liked because it had some it was like a gun. It had guns. It was guns for the raffle. But they're so like you could win gun. I never won anything. I signed up several times. But they had like a giveaway this gun. Like you sign up. There, I don't remember how much I paid, like $100 or 100 and something for tickets for this drawing, and it was. And the way they did the drawing was really interesting. They did the drawing based off of the drawing, the lottery. There was like a pick three lottery, and then that's how they determined the winner. So that you got your number in advance, and if the number was the lottery number, that's how you would know that you won. All right. So you could check you got your number in advance. It wasn't like some random drawing that you could be cheated on. You couldn't cheat on it. You knew what your number was, and unless they could rig the lottery, the state lottery, that's how they knew which one you. Anyway, but it was guns. They were giving away guns, but they were. It started to freak me out because they also were giving away hunting trips as well, because it was the auction was through a place that sold something. I don't know who they were. I forget. It was a long time ago. And there's like going on a safari like in Africa, or going to go on a wolf hunt up in Canada, or going on I don't remember. It was just different kinds of animals, but you had to like pay for travel to get there and stuff. And then I'm like, in different countries, and I don't even know if it was transferable or sellable or not, but I got agoraphobia. So if I'm like, well, if I win, I would go. But I wouldn't do the hunting. I would just go on the trip. But that was my motivation. I'm like, man, if I win, I'm going to go on this trip. But then the agoraphobia took over, and it's just like, man, I don't want to go anywhere. What if I win? I started to panic. I'm like, oh man, what if I actually win one of these trips? I got to spend thousands of dollars just to get there, to go on the trip. And the trip's worth thousands of dollars. Anyway, so I stopped signing up for those raffles. So I got nothing to look forward to. I don't know how much good that shit actually did anyway. I didn't really take shit seriously, but I'm still here now. Bummer. No, I do not have a good outlook on life. I don't have a good outlook at all. There's just nothing. There's just darkness in my future. I got nothing. Wait, hold on. My daughters are gonna be here for Christmas. That's something. My one daughter's been out of town, but she's been out of the country actually. But she's was supposed to come back. I think she's coming back Christmas Eve. That's the plan. Her tickets keep changing, but I think she'll be back Christmas Eve, which means that I'll have both my daughters here on Christmas Day. I thought it was just going to be the one. My daughter's been gone for 2 months now. No, it's not been that long. Feels like it. At least a month. Alright. So I've got that. I've got Christmas Day. So I have to clean by then, right? And I'll set up my. I gotta set up my TVs better so I can. Yeah. Because on Thanksgiving, I had 3 TVs in my living room because we were watching John Wick on one, and then I was playing video games on one screen, and my daughter's boyfriend was playing video games on the other screen. Or we were both playing. We were playing Fortnite. We were on the same team. But I can set up the house better TVs for that situation. There's a 65-inch. My main TV is a 75-inch. It's sitting right here. And then it's not a real good one. And then I've got a 65-inch TV over there, but that one's crapped out. The screen is all shitty. I need to switch it out with my 65-inch that's in my living room, my formal living room that I never use and haven't used in years, which is on the other side of this wall. I don't know that I've never actually used it for anything. I just gotta switch the TVs out. All right, so the reason I'm talking about this is I'm trying to give myself something in the future. I've got to clean this place up and make it look better for my kids. Because if the house is a mess, they're not going to want to come over, you know. And so I'll need like all the counter space cleared off. So I have to get my dishwasher fixed. And my dishwasher's been broken for a while. And it's not a matter of having money to fix the dishwasher. I have money to fix the dishwasher. There's something wrong with my brain that I can't fucking call somebody to fix the damn dishwasher. Shit breaks down, and I need to get that shit fixed. But it's so difficult. Fuck, making doctor's appointments is so hard. It's indescribable to talk to people about it. They don't understand. But it's difficult to call people and make. Like, I'm like, oh God, I like it when people are like, you call them on the phone, they're just like overly joyful. They're like super happy that you've called. They're like, thank you for calling. Thank you for choosing us. We really appreciate you. All that kind of shit. And it's like, okay, good. You're not just like, yeah, what? I find you an appointment, fine. That kind of thing. Because, you know, I got the high anxiety. So calling people is fucking hard. It's fucking hard. I had to call several people because I had the tooth problem. I had to call a new dentist, and then I had to call an endodontist. And they asked a bunch of questions on the phone. A bunch of questions. Of course they are. It's a doctor's office. They gotta fucking know everything. I have to have a crown put on my tooth that I just had a root canal put on. The dentist visit, they told me after the dentist visit that they were out of network for my insurance. So my bill was going to be $90, $89 or less, depending. They're submitting it to my health insurance company, dental insurance company, and then they estimated that's going to be because they said that my dental insurance pays 80%, sometimes more. So if they pay 80%, I owe $89. But if they pay, but it might be less. But then I had to go to the endodontist to get the root canal. That's not fun. When you get a root canal, it's not fun. There is pain. It's not the god awful pain that I was imagining that they told me about for root canals in the 80s, which apparently were a lot worse. But it was still an awful experience that I don't want to go through again. But that cost me $870 something dollars, and I had to pay all that at one time. I'll get a bill for the other one. Luckily, I charged it on my credit card. They didn't charge me like a 3% fee or anything, thank God. But I get 1% back on that. So 800 and something dollars is $8. I get $8 back. Score. But then I gotta get a crown on my tooth. That's gonna cost me like, I don't know, the bill that they showed me, but they're out of network. It was like $2,000. It's like, fuck, man, for a crown is $2,000. Fuck, that's just a lot of money for a fucking crown, man. I can handle the $89. I can handle the $870. But fuck, $2,000. I mean, I have it. I'm not saying I need money or anything like that. But it's just like, son of a bitch. Son of a bitch. Why? I didn't know that you had to get a crown on top of a tooth when you had a root canal. I didn't know. I thought you just had to have the root canal. So when they're telling me about the root canal, how much it's going to cost, I'm like, okay, this isn't so bad. I was expecting it to be worse. But then they're like, no, and you need this other thing too. It's just like, I don't want another crown. I don't want a crown on my tooth. I've got, I've got crowns. It was not fun because I don't know if this is what they're gonna have to do, but I assume this. They had to grind like all around the tooth, and then like put grooves in it in order to put the crown on there. But I got eight crowns on my lower teeth, 4 on each side because I had TMJ to hold, so it like shifted my jaw over into the correct position. And one of them cracked. One of them's broken right here. It's got a rough spot on it, but it's on the outside. Thank God. If it was on the inside, I mean, might have no tongue left right now. I would have whittled it away. Yeah, it's on the outside, so thank God. I can live with that. Can't imagine. Anyway, the crown wasn't supposed to break. That's what I was told, but the doctor that put it in retired. So if there was a warranty, it isn't. Anyway, I hope. I asked if on a root canal, it's like you only have a root canal once, right? This was the hardest question I asked. I feel like you only have a root canal once, right? I mean, there's no chance of having to have another root canal on the same root, right? And then she's like, well, you can have a root canal on other teeth. I'm like, no, 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 that's not what I'm talking about. I'm like saying like this is one and done, right? One root canal, and then there's no chance. It does not gonna like grow back, and or it's not gonna be like you didn't get it all, and you got to go in and get more or anything, right? She's like it's gone, gone, forever gone, and she said yes, it's gone, gone, forever gone. And I'm like, okay. And the reason being is that there was like this form that I got for this place, and like there was a check marks on there for what different things that you needed. One said root canal treatment, and another one said root canal retreatment. I was like, well, what the fuck's a retreatment? Why are you treating it again? You know, should you it's one and done, right? You got it and you're done. So I don't know what a root canal retreatment is. But I do not want to go through that experience again. What I had to go through. It was awful. It was awful because it was like a matter of they do it. She was doing something like until it hurt, you know, like drilling it until it hurt, and then she's like, and like then I don't know, and then she's like, oh, sorry, and then she'd drill into something else until I'm like, oh, sorry. But she put something on my tooth. It was cold, like real cold. It's like, all right, this is gonna be cold, and it was really fucking cold. So I put my tongue instantly on it because it hurt so damn bad, and my tooth was very cold. So you got a tooth that fucking hurts, and all of a sudden chin tension makes it cold. Anyway, there was pain, and she tapped on my teeth. She's like, I'm gonna tap on one that is not a problem. Right, now does this hurt? She went tap, tap, tap. And I was like, you only had to tap it once. Anyway, so I drank something cold. I drank something cold several times this weekend, and I thought to myself, man, this doesn't hurt. That's kind of nice. I still have this like general. It's not so that's like a dull ache. That's like in the whole kind of area right here. But that's doable, manageable. Like I didn't have to take the pain medication. I probably could have took over the counter pain medication for it, but why would I? I've got the prescription stuff. I'm out of the codeine one. My Tylenol 3 prescription is done. No refills. Actually, I didn't check. I assume it's no refills. I mean, I could always call the doctor and get more, but then, man, I know I'm fucking slipping at that point. I'd have to do the math. It probably says like take one every 4 to 6 hours. I got them on Thursday, and I don't remember how many there were. I'd have to do the math and make sure that it doesn't look like I took all of them in half the time. I think I'm good though. That's enough days. Yeah, codeine. That's from the opium plan. That's an opiate, isn't it? Codeine. I've got jars over there. I keep them on my mantle. One of them says codeine, one of them says morphine, and the other one says the bane. It's THEBAINE, the bane, which is what I think everything else falls into. So you've got your codeines, you've got your opium plant, you divide it into three different things. If I understand this correctly, you can divide opium into three different things. You can divide it into codeine, morphine, and thebaine. And then thebaine is what you make all the other crap out of, like you would make the heroin out of that one, and you would make opium, the resin out of that one, and I don't have any idea how it works actually, but there's three different things that you can do with the poppy plant. That's what it is, the poppy plant. I know poppy seeds are legal because I get them on my bagel. So I guess poppy plants are legal, aren't they? I probably don't need to be doing opium. I know I don't need to be doing opium. I remember loving it. I remember it's like, man, because I remember it tasted good compared to the way marijuana tastes. It's like, man, opium tastes good. So like, when I remember I had a metal pipe and I smoked opium out of it, and then every time I smoked pot out of that same pipe, it had an opium like taste to it because the opium residue was in there. Don't do opium. I'm not encouraging the use of doing drugs. God, I hope I'm saying shit like that. Opium's a bad one. Opium can kill you. Yeah, if you do too much opium, you stop breathing. Like it relaxes your lungs to the point where you stop breathing. Okay, I was thinking the wrong thing. I was thinking about it. All right, never mind. Opium. It's been a long time. I was in my 20s when I did opium the last time. I don't have a drug dealer. Thank God. If I had a drug dealer, I would, motherfucker, man, I'd be in worse shape than I am right now. I've never tried meth. I have no desire to try meth, but I'm sure I'd love it. I think I'm smart enough to make a meth lab and not blow up, but I don't want to do that. Yeah, I always assume when I see somebody whose teeth are all messed up, I'm just like, oh, are you on meth? When they're like darkened and they look fragile, which is not is that stereotyping? Because I mean, you can just have bad teeth and not be on meth. That's very possible. But if you got bad teeth and you're not on meth, you might want to do something about that because people think that you're on meth when you have meth mouth. I remember running into a guy that I went to high school with. This was when I was in my 40s, so after I hadn't seen him in a long time, and his mouth was very meth looking. He had discoloration in his teeth, and they just looked bad. And I'm like, man, it looked like he had meth mouth, but I'm just like, no, I assumed there was some other reason. It's like, no, he's not on meth. But then one day, he was, or no, like he was talking to somebody, and they were talking about meth for some reason, and I'm just like, I just happened to walk by and hear it in passing, and I still didn't make the connection. I'm like, no, that's not what he's talking about. And then it turned out, yeah, he had a drug problem. He used meth all the time. He had a drug problem. He wound up dying, but not. I don't think it was from drugs. It was from he got injured by a cat. He got scratched by a cat, and then it got infected, and the infection like quickly killed him. Like his arm was all swollen up, and it got him. That's the thing about infection, man. It can get you quick. Sometimes they just happen fast. Maybe I guess if you're a drug addict and that messes with your body, compromises your immune system, you're susceptible to infection. Drugs are bad. Drugs do bad things. And sadly, drugs are good. There's drugs that are good that do good things. That's the problem with complex post-traumatic stress disorder is you build up a tolerance to literally every treatment that you have. Everything you find that helps you with your complex post-traumatic stress disorder, you start doing it all the time, and then eventually you get used to it, and then boom, your shit just comes back. So, drug addiction and complex post traumatic stress disorder, extremely common. Very, very common to have it. Because, yeah, you find anything at all that's relief from this, anything at all, you will do it nonstop until it doesn't work anymore. And then look for something else. Doesn't matter what it is. So if you find anything at all, any vice that you can think of, oh, this particular thing gives me some relief from it, I will just do it nonstop until it doesn't. I was just thinking about sex addiction for a moment there. I don't have that, but I can see how that would be. I got hair in my comb and it's messing with me, but I can see how somebody could get addicted to sex because if you don't think about this while you're having sex, you'll want to nonstop have sex in order to not think about it. I don't have that problem because I definitely have thought about the complex post-traumatic stress disorder while having sex, which has definitely affected my performance, let me tell you. And that doesn't help your depression right there. I'm talking about erectile dysfunction. Yep, I had it. And I guess had it, and I'm not sure. And it was definitely mental. It was a mental issue that I had. Shit just didn't work because I had flashbacks while I was doing stuff, and then it just shit just doesn't work for you anymore, and it's difficult to recover from that. I mean, I've had a lot of girlfriends that I really liked, but when you're terrible in bed, you're not gonna last long. You're not gonna let that relationship's not gonna last if you had one at all. If there was a potential for a relationship, it's not. You don't have one. It really sucks. But then I got fuck, I forgot what it was. It was Viagra. I forgot the name of it, but it was generic Viagra. You can get that shit online. Viagra. and you don't have to talk to a doctor at all. You can just go to websites for Viagra, and you just got to fill in stuff. I forgot the name of it. Lemonade. I want to say it was called Lemon. I don't remember what the name of the place was called, but it was something to do with lemons. And they cost me $10 a pill. Is what the generic Viagra cost me. So they sent me 10 for $100. I want to say what it was, but when they sent me my bottle of stuff, they always put a piece of lemon candy in there. Like I would get a lemon starburst or a lemon head or something like that. It was great. I think the place was called Lemonade. I'm not sure, but the thing was that it was for years. I couldn't. Things were not going right when it came to having, which makes you not want to date people if you can't, perform. So I eventually, I got this prescription, and then after I got the prescription, I took it a few times, and then I didn't have to take it anymore because it was like it was definitely, this is mental. I know that it's a mental problem. So once I started taking it, like felt like I got my groove back. We'll say things were not as good as they were on the stuff. Trust me, when you're on the Viagra, things are better for everyone involved when you're on the Viagra. But because I'm in my late 40s now, so shit is not as rock hard as it was when I was younger. But the pills were one way. And anyway, does that shit make sense? So I did not have sex addiction because sex was not well, sometimes it was, it was a relief from this, but sometimes it wasn't. And shit got worse. Oh, I was combing my hair. That's a curly hair comb right there if you got curly hair. You don't necessarily really want to comb your hair when you have curly hair. I'm combing it because I have tangles. But I can comb all the way through my hair. That's something. That's an accomplishment. Some people with long hair can't do that. What? No, no one's talking. No one's talking to me. Sabrina says music, emoji, 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 emoji. Is that out of context? I can't play a music because there's a message held for review. It's from Bernie Loff. It says problem-free erections, question mark, come back later. Thanks. Bye. That was held for review, Bernie Loff. The word erection apparently. So, do you want to keep writing the word erection on here? Do you want to test what this? All right. So here, this message was held for review, and it's got to be the word erection. It says problem-free erections? Question marks. Come back later. Thanks. Bye. So erections might be blocked. Apparently, I think that's the only word I could see being a problem. So. Sabrina, your message was retracted. Wait, it says you can say music M, but over here it says retracted. What is that? What does that mean? Wait, but a building is an erection? Question mark. That one went through. Ian. That message went through. But problem-free erections? Question mark. That was held. Bernie Loft says erection. That went through. And erect. That went through as well. And either way, so I remember this is so when I was 5 years old, at the household I was at, I lived in. We got an Atari 2600, which was the very old video. And this message was held for review. Hold on. Floppy cock syndrome. That was Bernie Loft. That message was held for review. Floppy cock syndrome. I don't know what. There's another message held for review. It's from Wee Yin. Says never heard of so many erections in my life. That was held for review. I don't know why it's erection is held one time, but it's not. I got when I was 5 years old. We got an Atari 2600 at my house. I might have been less than five because it was, I don't know. It was like when they first came out, and then so that was the it was a joystick. That's what it was called. But it was black and it had a handle and had one button. So you go left, right, up, and down, and there's a button. So it had five things that it did: up, down, left, right, and a red button. It was so much fun. Anyway, when I was 5 years old and we first got the game, I said out loud, I can't wait to play with my joystick. And then the female parental figure that I have, and that's all the respect that it deserves, started screaming at me, saying that it was not okay that I said that, and didn't say that was inappropriate. I don't remember exactly what it said, but it said something that just was so angry at me that I had said that. And I'm 5 fucking years old. I had no fucking idea what she was talking about. But then the male parental figure, that's all the respect it deserves. Uh, he said that's what it's called. That's what it's called. But she was so fucking mad that I had said that, and like couldn't you say that, oh, I was wrong, I got mad and I was wrong, I shouldn't have got it. But it was one of those people that could never admit they're wrong. They got mad for the wrong reason and misheard something. They could never say, I was wrong, I shouldn't have got mad. It wasn't like that. They had to look around for something else to be mad about. Or say something like, okay, fine, whatever, blah, some shit like that, to where, something to justify being mad. Could never say that they were wrong for being mad. Anyway, I didn't figure that. I didn't figure out later what had happened until I was much older. But that's the problem I have. I have that, and it was traumatic for me as a child being yelled at like that, because I'd never been yelled at like that before. Like I had no clue what I had done wrong, and no one had said to me, you're okay, you're fine. You did nothing wrong. No one said to me, you did nothing wrong. I was under the impression that I said something wrong, and I never did no fucking idea what it was that I had said that was a problem. Because, like, there was an effort to correct the thing that yelled at me, but there was no effort to correct the damage that was done to me by being yelled at. Because I was just sitting there, and all of a sudden I'm being screamed at, and someone's coming at me in an aggressive way, and I was scared. I thought I was gonna get hit. Anyway, so when I think of the Atari 2600, which was a lot of good memories. I had lots of games I played on that, but when I think about it now, I think about that one time. But I played the Atari 2600 for a long time, 7, 8, 9 years. It was just a long time. It was the only video game system that I had. Eventually, I got, well, there were computers. Sometimes there were computer games, but anyway, that's just, there's like these horrible memories of that are related to certain things, like the Atari 2600. So when I sometimes remember playing Atari 2600, I will flash onto that one horrible memory and I will like relive it when I was got screamed at. I had no idea why I was screamed at. I didn't figure it out until later. That sucked, that realization, when I realized, oh, anyway. Like, you're watching TV and you see somebody playing an old game. Like I played Asteroids. I loved Asteroids. I played all the time. Combat came with the Atari 2600. That was a game, and it was just this slow moving like tanks and stuff that you would turn and shoot at each other. But I had Frogger and Donkey Kong and Pac-Man and Pitfall. Man, I played the hell out of some Pitfall. And it was one day, it was really cool when I realized you can go backwards on Pitfall, and it was just all weird and crazy. There were a lot of other games I don't remember. There was Centipede, there was Kaboom, there was Pong, there was this one, King's Landing, King something. I don't remember what. Super Breakout, and that was fun. Yar's Revenge. The ET game was horrible. I didn't have it. So the ET game is what they think that they like to say that that's what bankrupted. That's what that's how Atari ended. The death of Atari was because of the ET game. This was back in the 80s that they built the ET game. They advertised the ET game a lot, saying that this was the game for Christmas. You were supposed to get it at Christmas time. So they were trying to get a whole lot of them for Christmas at Christmas time, and they actually there I saw an interview with it was with Steven Spielberg who created E.T. the movie, and he said he played the E.T. video game and he said he really loved it. It was a lot of fun. It was a lie. The dude had never played it, but he just said the thing. It's like it was a really fun game. It was a lot of fun to play, and so everybody wanted the ET game at Christmas time, and I remember not getting it. I didn't get the ET game, and I was upset that I didn't get the ET game because I'm like, oh man, I thought that I was going to be at the ET game, and then all my friends were going to want to come over, and everyone was going to want to play this ET game because I was the one that had it. But it turned out everybody else had the game. It was like so it was, but I didn't get it. Like I was probably being punished in somehow because it wasn't like it wasn't available. It was it was everywhere. It was the market was flooded. You could buy them anywhere. But I probably didn't get it because I had some kind of punishment or something. Like maybe they probably bought it for me and then the last minute decided not to give it to me just because I had autism. Anyway, so, but the game was terrible. The game was not fun and it didn't make sense. You're trying to run away from the agent, and then if the agent just didn't touch you, you kind of fell into a hole. And it's just like it didn't make sense. It was not a good game. Anyway, they said that was supposed to be the death of Atari because they had made so many of this game. This game was a flop. They put so much money into this game and it wasn't good. I liked Frogger. I gotta admit, Frogger was my favorite one. My favorite game of all time. And I like the song Frogger. I don't know, Froggy's Lament was the name of it, and they sung about Frogger. I don't know if you've heard of Froggy's Lament. I really loved it. It was Froggy takes one step at a time. The way that he moves has no reason to rhyme. He jumps and hops and dodges and ducks. Cars and buses, vans and trucks. Go, Froggy, go. You gotta keep on hopping till you get to the top. Go, Froggy, go. You gotta keep on hopping. You can never stop. I said, go. Go, Froggy, go. Yeah, I don't remember who sang that. There was an album. It was called Pac-Man Fever. I had it. But there was a song. I think it was by Pancho and Garcia. I don't remember. It was a duo that sang Pac-Man Fever, which was a good song. Pac-Man Fever, Pac-Man Fever, driving me, driving me, driving me crazy. So Pac-Man, I was told that there were predictable patterns for Pac-Man. That their patterns were always the same. So you could just figure out the pattern for Pac-Man, and then the next one that came up, the next screen that came up, that you just long predict the pattern. You could always do the same thing. They were always the same for Pac-Man, and I got upset that I couldn't figure out the pattern for Pac-Man. I'm like 5, 6 years old, and everybody was talking about patterns for Pac-Man. I never knew anybody that knew the patterns for Pac-Man, but I remember people talking about it, and I figured out, and I thought I can figure this out. And I played Pac-Man all the time on my Atari 2600, and I couldn't figure out any patterns with Pac-Man, and I was upset with. I remember being really upset with myself for not being able to figure that shit out because I considered myself to be pretty smart for this, and I was like I could figure shit out, but I couldn't figure it out. And I remember being really hard on myself about that. What? When I was 6 years old, I had a lump under my boob, right under my nipple. I had a lump there, and I remember there being a lump there, and I remember feeling this lump right there behind my boob, my nipple right there. I didn't have boobs, my nipple right there, and I remember being embarrassed about it and not saying anything about it. So I didn't say anything, and I remember having it for a while, but then it was there for a while, and then it went away. But I was there for it was months. It was a long time, and then all of a sudden it was just gone. I don't remember what happened, if anything. But I wonder about that. Sometimes I remember feeling that while I was playing video games. I remember like, what the fuck, that kind of thing. That I just thought of that now. So, but I remember being embarrassed about having a lump right there, and I think about what would have happened if I would have told somebody that I had a lump right there. That they that might have been cancer. That could have been that's what that could have been, or they might have just said that was cancer. No telling what the fuck that was. This lump that I had there, it was the same size as my nipples, not small. It felt like it was large. So it was, well, yes, you would have to know what size my nipples are to know what size that is. That's not a good comparison. Anyway, so as a 5, 6 years old, like that, they could have had that could have been cancer. It could have been I had cancer, and then it could have gone away. That shit happens. So, but I could have, like, if I had told somebody, they would have took me, found it was cancer. Like, I might have gone through every single kind of cancer treatment. I might have been a cancer kid and like had to go through, like, they might have cut it out, and then I had to go through, like, I don't know, chemotherapy or radiation or something like that. My hair could have all fallen out. It could have got all sickly and shit. But I wound up not telling anybody. 'Cause I remember being embarrassed about it. 6 years old, I remember being embarrassed about it. Because, well, I was the youngest kid in the house. I was nonstop made fun of for every single thing that happened. If there was anything happened that could be made fun of, I was made fun of for it. Like if I ever tripped and slipped and fell, anything like that. Didn't matter what it was. If I could be bullied about it, I would be bullied about it. Anyway, so I had this thing going on. Like I couldn't like imagine being a male and having breast cancer, like, and then growing up with, like, if that's what it was, I would have been so relentlessly so bullied about that, having breast cancer, because it would be a situation like, the odds of a man getting breast cancer are like less than 1%. I think it's really, really low. It's possible, but you're gonna be people are gonna make fun of you if you're a man and you have breast cancer. Well, I don't know about today, these days. I don't know if it's like that or not. But back in my day, that would have been a hard. Well, it was already a hard childhood, but that would have been a really hard childhood. That would have been something that I would have been identified as for my whole life. That would have stuck. That they would have come up with some sort of name for that. I don't know what, and I would have been that would have stuck forever. Like, oh, you're the boy that had breast cancer, huh? Yeah, that kind of thing. Can you imagine it going from there? It wouldn't. Anything that they could make fun of you for, they would make fun of you for. It didn't matter what it was. Never let your guard down. Never let your walls down. Never tell anybody anything about yourself. Anything that they could possibly use against you, because they would. They absolutely would. I hate all the people that were in my household when I grew up. I hate them all. They were all horrible. Horrible people. Had a rough childhood. Not just at home. There was a rough childhood in other places too. Wow, I don't want to talk about that. Sabrina says I'm baked. Nice. Is that a recent comment? Yes. Barney Loft says same. I love basil. I have the high. I feel the high. It's 8 o'clock now. I feel like I don't feel tired like I normally do, but I know I need to get some sleep because I have to get up at 4 to go to work. But I never get 8 hours of sleep. I hear something. It's not real. What? Sabrina said I got a nap in today. I'll be heading to be around 9:30, 10 p.m. Bed, not be. Oh, I'll bed. There we go. That makes some sense. I think I had a nap. Oh, I did have a nap today as well. I didn't take my ADD medication this morning, so I got up and I was gonna sit down and play some. I might have. I don't even know. I might have sat down. I didn't smoke any pot until this afternoon. But it's like it's a blur. My whole world's a blur. Things are blurry. Like I use drugs every day, but I don't. But things are blurry like I do. So I think I played video games and then I laid down on the sofa for a while and I took a nap. I laid down and watched TV. I remember turning the volume way down. I was watching The Big Bang Theory. I've seen it before many times. So I can just turn it down low and then I can just sleep while it's on. And then if I wake up, I'm not concerned that I missed anything because I didn't miss anything because I've seen it before. And taking a nap is fun when you have a dog. He's my buddy. He got all wrapped up and I was sleeping and I had my arm like this, and he's right there, and his face is right there, and he was just looking right at me, opened his eyes right there, so his nose was like almost touching me, but it's right next to my head, and he was breathing very heavily, and that's fantastic for me when I'm sleeping and with the dog right next to me, and I can hear him very heavily breathing. That makes me happy. But when he first lays down, he's kind of stiff, but then he does this big exhale, and he's like really hard, and then you can just feel him kind of melt into a liquid, and I'm just like, ah, oh, that's my puppy. And then we're good, we're going out. But sometimes when he's tense and he's not laying all the way down, I'm just like, oh man, come on. Like he might get up, he might want to go find his BALL, he might want to go for a W or some shit like that. But it's like no, and then he finally just like makes this noise, this hard exhale, and he turns liquid. That's the best. That's the best puppy right there. Because then I'm like, oh, he's going out, and then he starts breathing heavy because he's unconscious, and then it's like, we're going to sleep. It's nice. It's nice when they do that, and he does that sometimes when like when I got to get up and he doesn't want to get up yet, and he's laying on me. He turns more liquid. It's amazing. Oh, my eyes. This doesn't feel so bad. He turns more liquid. Not like a cat is liquid. Cats are more liquid than dogs are. When you pick up a dog, like you pick them up like right on their rib cage and pick them up, they're still like stiff, you know. But cats are not. They just kind of melt around your hand. He's not that liquid, but he's close. Dachshunds are sometimes pretty close to cats in that they sleep all day. It's really nice for me, actually, because that's what he does. He sleeps all damn day. I like my puppy. I thought the ball pin on Walton's wall was ash. I tried to blow it off. Fuck, I'm baked. Black, not ball. I thought the black pin on Walton's wall was ash. Oh, that. Okay. It is there. That is not ash on your screen. Do 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 do. If that's ash on your screen, can you wipe it off? Wipe it off. That's the black pen that hides the word happy that I wrote a long time ago. Shit, hold on, where did I move my hand? There we go. Happy. Which does not work. It made me very unhappy to have the word happy written behind me. It bothered me like in a way that I can't describe. I just don't know how to describe it. Like that needs to go. Because that's not correct. I don't want somebody coming by and reading that and thinking that that word somehow is associated with me. I feel like that's false advertising. I'm trying to portray myself as something that I'm not, and I don't want to do that. That's disingenuous, and I don't want to be that guy. Like, I don't want to write, yeah, I'm so fucking happy right now. Man, that would be awful. Even if that might help me, like that might help my mental disorder if I wrote I'm so fucking happy, I'm so fucking happy, I'm so fucking happy over and over again. That might help somebody's mental stuff. That doesn't help me. That makes me unhappy. I got this box. I'm gonna radically change subjects. I got this box in my basement that I know it's there, but it's full of Christmas tree ornaments. And then in the household that I was raised up in, I was given a Christmas tree ornament every single Christmas. So there's ones down that got like years written on them and stuff. So this is like memories of Christmas past, and I realize I fucking hate this bucket. I hate it with a passion, and I'm thinking about ways to just very violently destroy this bucket of stuff. But I was thinking it'd be easier just to grab the whole thing and throw it straight into the trash. But I definitely don't want to open it and go through it because it's all memories of Christmas past, and I had a crappy fucking childhood. I don't want to go through those memories. I hate this fucking bucket. I don't want to open. I don't want to look in there. Maybe I'll give it to my kid. She can go through it and throw shit away. I don't know. I thought about making videos of me very elaborately taking out different pieces of the stuff that's in there and then making it a point to just smash the shit out of them as a type of therapy. Fuck you, you know, childhood, that kind of thing. But I don't want to go down memory lane in order to do that. I should just grab this whole bucket and throw it straight into the trash. I shouldn't even look in it. There's not money in there. There's nothing of value in there. There's nothing in there I'm going to sell, and it just fucking needs to go. Wait a minute. Damn it. There's Christmas tree ornaments in there that I gave my grandmother. I used to give my grandmother when I used to work at Starbucks, and I used to get, Starbucks has Christmas tree ornaments every single Christmas. So I used to buy all the Christmas tree ornaments and from my grandmother. She liked that stuff. But when she died, I got those ornaments. I got them back. So Do I still want those? I mean, I'm not going to use them. I have no Christmas tree. I'm not putting up any Christmas tree. I'm not putting up anything. I have a Christmas tree. It's all decorated right now. The ornaments are tied on. They're not hooked on. They're tied on. So all I have to do is just pull the tree out of the box, and I got to set it up and kind of fluff it, and then and plug it in, and I'm fucking done. If I wanted to put a tree up, but I haven't put a tree up, so my kids aren't here. I have no reason to. I don't put lights up in the front of my house either, but my mailbox lights up any two colors I want, and it's currently red and green. I'm good. It was it was it was orange and green for Halloween and for Thanksgiving, but it's red and green now. So I'm good. I'm done. I'm done decorating my tree. My tree. I'm done decorating my house. Inside and out. My mailbox is two different colors. I'm good to go. I was out walking my dog, and there was this little miniature parade that came through my neighborhood right by my house, and they're like people were waving. It was four vehicles. It was an ambulance. No, it was the ambulance fire truck, the fire truck ambulance, and it was like honking. And then there was an actual fire truck with Santa in the back up there, and then it was two police cars, and they all had their lights on. There were people in there, and they were all waving and stuff, but they're like coming through my neighborhood, but there was like nobody out but me. It was just me and my dog, and I'm looking around. There's nobody else out. Like I had no clue they were coming through. I had no idea that that was happening. But I remember them doing that last year, and I remember also walking my dog at that time. And but I remember that all the neighbors were out. Their other neighbors were there, so I remember seeing a bunch of my neighbors as they were coming through. But this time they came through, and I didn't see anybody. I had no idea. So they had no one to wave to but me. And I was just gonna kind of put my head down and pretend they weren't there. But then I looked around and saw there was nobody else there. So here's all these people coming by, and they got no one to look at and wave at. And I was on the sidewalk next to the street. I walked into my yard so I could get further away. Otherwise, I'd been like 20 feet from them, and that's too fucking close. So I went another at least 20 feet away. So I went further in my yard. The dog's barking the whole fucking time because he's adorable. You know, 'cause that's his job to keep people away. But they're all going by. The police officers and the fire department, the firefighters were just in Santa Claus, and they got no one to wave at but me. I thought about recording it. I don't know why I didn't. I probably had some sort of panic attack, anxiety, or something. But I thought about recording them as they went by. But there they are. They got no one to wave to on the street but me and my dog. And they were making noise, and they were going slow. They were like honking their horn and stuff. But there was just nobody out. There was nobody out. It was kind of strange. Like I guess they didn't advertise. Well, I don't even know. I never. Where do you advertise that you're coming through the neighborhood in fire trucks and stuff? Shit, the dog might want to go outside. Yeah, he scratched on the door. It's a good enough transition as any. I don't talk all day long, and then I get on a live stream and I talk nonstop. Is this some sort of balance? This might be some sort of balance. I'm coming, puppy. Hold on. Oh, I should have stood up sooner. My legs are doing something weird. I'm old. I gotta get up and walk around every once in a while. If you're old, you should get up and walk around every once in a while, too. I don't know if he wants to go out front or if he wants to look out the window. Or he went towards the window. He like walked right to the middle. That's gonna give me a chance to go to the. I was gonna say Outback Steakhouse, but that's not correct. Look how cute you are. I'm so happy I just touched my toothbrush and it's wet. That makes me very happy because that means I've already brushed my teeth. And I never put my contacts in. I have glasses on, so I don't have to take them out, which means that I don't have to do anything at all before going to bed. So that's exciting to not have to brush my teeth. I don't like brushing my teeth. I actually hate it. I hate brushing my teeth. It's not fun. But I do it because I have to. There's rules and stuff. Wait a minute, what was I doing? I forgot to turn. Sorry. My bad. Boom. Hold on. Turning. Is that right? Okay. I had to get water. You know that I heard that if you take antacids, the ADD medication works better. I have a bit, I don't know if it's heartburn or I didn't drink enough water when I consumed pills, but I have my big old container of Tums. So I take my Tums at nighttime, and when I get up in the morning, I take my ADD medication, and I got the antacid in my stomach already. Was there something else I was going to do? This is really a weird view. I can see myself up on the TV, but there's a delay. Derico says bake some brownies. No, I can't. I brushed my teeth already. I don't want to bake any brownies. Man, is that what I look like? I'm goofy looking. Damn, do I stand like that? I guess so. Hold on. All right. There's a delay on the TV, so I'm waiting for myself to walk back over. All right, it's really weird because when I see myself on the TV, it's brighter than I see myself on my phone over there. Interesting. All right, that's just a strange view. All right, see this right here? There's supposed to be a book right here, but my daughter borrowed it. So this is 4 books right here and 4 books right here, but there was a 9th one right here. So the one out of the middle, but this is 9. I have 9 different copies of The Raven by Edgar Allan Poe. And the reason is that in case somebody ever says that I'm a nice guy, I can say, no, I have an unkindness. And unkindness is a group of ravens. Like a murder is a group of crows. A group of dogs is called a pack or a litter. Yeah, buddy. I like groups of animal names because some of them are funny. Like a group of ravens called an unkindness is really a good one. But also, I like the names of small baby animals, adolescent animals. Hold on, what am I thinking of? Young animals, because they have good names. I don't remember what they are. There are some good ones out there. Like you have dogs with the younger versions called a puppy. This is my dog. He has male pattern baldness on his belly. He's not self-conscious about it. Derico says cubs. Right, like lions and tigers and bears. Oh my. Puppy. I'm really tired. I don't know why I'm just standing here. It's kind of weird to stand. I normally sit whilst live streaming. This is typical. I wear sweatpants or pajama pants, long sleeve shirts. I dress for comfort all the time. I would wear pajama pants out in public, but apparently that's not socially acceptable. Derico says, what time do you have to be up? I have to get up at 4 a.m., which is in 7.5 hours. Because it's 8 something here. I'm going to move my operation over. Hold on, I gotta put my, Jesus. I'm trying to put my, there we go. No, I don't want to get too close to the screen. You don't want to, if you're going to make videos and record yourself, you don't want to get your face too close to the screen unless you're pretty. There's rules for this shit. Pretty people can make videos. Like if you're gonna make videos like makeup tutorials, you got to be a pretty person because you go to like the whole screen's gonna be your face. You don't want to, otherwise no one's gonna watch it. So if you're not an attractive person, you need to pull that shit away from your face. There's rules. Luckily, I have very long arms. Hold on, I gotta set this down. I'm holding myself and my dog. This is my hallway. I have to turn my, oh look, here we go. That's rule number 1 at my house. I wrote it on the wall. That's rule number 1 for my kids. This rule, over all other rules, this is the rule. It's the most important rule, and that's why it's rule number 1. Right here. You are to follow this rule no matter what. It doesn't matter what any of the other rules are. Nothing contradicts rule number 1. Shit, I was just trying to get to the light switch. There we go. Rule number 1. Don't die. Rule number 2. Boom. Oh, whoops. That's not accurate. There we go. Rule number 2 is keep each other alive. That's my rules for my kids. Rule number 1, don't die. Rule number 2, keep each other alive. Oh wait, hold on, I gotta get my bam. My dying wish is that my daughters will take care of each other. I'm not dying, but in case it's ever spontaneous or something, I wanted to make sure that they knew what my dying wish was. Okay. Let's see if my puppy dog will let me lay down. Sometimes he does, and sometimes he does not. Oh, he's looking around for a BALL. I don't know where it is, puppy dog. Hold on. I found one. Mine. Look out. Move yourself. There we go. Okay. Come on. He walked over me. He not watched over me. He didn't watch over me. He walked over me. I'd rather he watch over me, but no, he walked on me. Where did you go? Come here, big guy. Come here, big dog. Puppy. Puppy dog. I hear him. He's chewing up his BALL that's in a sock right now. I'm gonna roll over on my face. I normally don't get to do that. Let's see how well this works out. Yeah, this is good stuff. This is the stuff dreams are made of. Except for the dog. I can hear him tearing the damn thing up. Come on, puppy, don't you want to lay down? Puppy. 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 Come on. Come here. I got it. I got it. I got it. I got him. Boom. He's captured. Captured. Ow. Ugh. Don't you want to lay down? Don't you want to lay down? I want you to lay down. Because I love you, puppies. I've got the best puppies. Oh. Come on. Oh, there we go. Choking up. I gotta get up. Wake up. Wake up. boob out. Get the boob out. Get the boob out.